Camera. Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. I am One Lion, and I am currently invisible. All right, here we go. Camera on. Camera active. Camera go. Camera do. What's the magic word? Who knows the incantation for this? Is that the incantation? While we're waiting for me to get the camera to work, this lovely scene that we're seeing is out a window in Bayaibe, Dominican Republic in November of 2024 at 7:33 in the morning. What a lovely view. Check your microphone and restart NVIDIA broadcast. Check your hardware, speaker hardware connection. I don't need the microphone, it's the camera. What are you doing, NVIDIA broadcast? I think we're using XSplit today. NVIDIA broadcast is angry. Well, let's see what happens if I use the camera directly. Looks around his desk space to see if there's any paraphernalia that shouldn't be showing. I'll let you guys draw your own conclusions to that. Let's go with the camera. Okay, so you can see that. I'm very, very, very little in the middle of the screen. That's fun. Maybe if I just restart broadcast. Quit broadcast. Change this back to NVIDIA broadcast. Oh, I can't choose NVIDIA broadcast yet. Oh, yes, I can. Okay, there's NVIDIA broadcast, and now we need to go NVIDIA broadcast. I'm frozen. Frozen in time. Frozen in space. I'm just phase shifting, that's all. And we'll get to it very, very shortly once I get past the technical issues. Yeah, I think there is... Check your microphone connection and restart NVIDIA broadcast. Check your speaker hardware connection and restart NVIDIA broadcast. What does it have to do with my camera? What else is running? I don't have anything else that's running that would be using my camera. So yeah, let's do XSplit. See what happens. XSplit. Watch XSplit say the same thing, and then we're just gonna have to go with XSplit is good. Okay, so we're gonna go with XSplit. Let me update my ending screen so that we have that ready to go. All right, so to the desktop. Oh, and this one also needs XSplit. Okay, hello, welcome in. I am One Lion, as I was saying on the intro screen. We are working on the data import utility again today. So over the past couple of streams, I was working on customer issues that came up and resolved them since then. There were some really interesting... There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen for one small change, and I want to rectify that sooner than later, in an upcoming workday stream, I hope. We're almost done with this lab data import utility. Our next goal that we're going to work on today is the skipping records as we are importing the data. So records that are not selected need to get skipped during the import process. Part of that is going to be updating our RTrack upload model. And we're going to tell this thing to have a public rule skip. import. I would rather filter it out before we get to this point, but this is my initial thought. The accuracy exponent. Whether to skip importing this record or not. But I haven't found where to do that yet. So I just got started on this, created a new branch. This morning, what I did was I merged our previous branch that we were working on into production. Oh, speaking of, I think that I need to approve a deployment, which is in this library. Oh, not repos, pipelines. You don't have a pipeline. Which one is waiting then? Certainly not Armit's file import. Unless the pipeline, the release pipeline is specifically the NuGet package. Right. Right. NuGet push. So yes, we're keeping that. But eventually this repo is going to get deleted and replaced by the open source one that we're working on Fridays. I probably will need to end up doing more work on it off stream. I'm trying not to. I would rather do all of the work for that on stream so that we can do it together, and it wouldn't be like, it would at least be documented in video form. And if you wanted to contribute, you could see how we got to the point that we're at. Although I did a lot of copying and pasting from this library. But yeah, this also means that I didn't do a PR to the database project because there were no changes to the database. So just kidding. Database stays the same. Good to go. All right. So what we are doing is finding out where the data is getting sent to the server. And so we should easily be able to find that by going to the service itself on the client side and finding where the upload data method is used. And that would be in the API, obviously, but in which component? Is it this one? Yes, it's in state. Okay. So then we need state open, and we also need, yep, here we are. We also need the toolbar event. So I just wanted to know the process that happens when we push this to the server. So to see it happen, just so that we're aware of the process, which I'm saying process a lot, but it's what it is. It's a process. Wow, this camera, XSplit really does pick up all of the extra light from the machine micro. That's fun. And presto changeo. Lots of magic incantations today. Is this folder in use by anything else? No, it isn't. Okay, so I need to go to the RMA folder, projects, and new lab data upload. So here is a sample file to be uploaded. Good later morning to you too, TBD Gamer. Fantastic stream earlier. I don't remember if I showed this on Monday. I'm pretty sure I showed this on Monday, but I did. Oh, it's what we were working on Monday, wasn't it? I did finalize the scrolls, hover sync, and I left it where we were at on Monday. Yeah. And then yesterday I did a whole bunch of research for another issue that was happening. Okay. So here's the portion of the the logic that we're working on, which is when a user says, let's not import certain rows by unchecking them. When they push this upload button, I want it to skip importing those records. Obviously, that's the whole point of unselecting a row. So that's what we're going to implement today. Shouldn't take too long. We should be able to finish. Should. And I hope this usage of the word should isn't triggering to you, TBD. This one is more along the hope side of should, as opposed to you should be doing XYZ kind of thing. But if it is triggering, I'll minimize my usage of it. Absolutely. Okie dokie. So I found out that the button up here is tied to this handler, which I have defined in state. And here is our interface for it, and here is our implementation for that method, The method runs as expected. And so I need to make the decision whether to skip the file here, or skip the records here, generate output. Oof. Because this generate output method here is the one from the core library, and the core library doesn't really do anything with that skipped column. It allows you to do stuff with the skipped column. Oh gosh. TBD is saying should is perfectly acceptable word. I just don't believe in it in test cases where it's binary. It does or it doesn't. Yeah, what am I gonna do with this? What am I gonna do with this? Period. Where did my... Man, my brain is just drawing a blank suddenly. I was trying to think of how I set up, like, even where to look. So that's where the beginning of this mess needs to happen. How did I set up the checkbox for tables? So I know that I set it in the core library to have this selectable row. Yes, thank you so much for that sound alert, Hinnon. Oh, I love that sound. But you aren't wrong. You aren't wrong. It was more like a brain fault. I wish I had the Windows fault sound as a sound alert. It'd be more like jidum. Okay, so this checkbox column is in the core library's data table component. I don't. It's gonna work. It will. And I'm inverting its usage. So by default, the data import table, or the data table itself, would mark a... Well, I mean, it's still the case. It's still the case. it will add the selected class to a row that is selected, but I'm telling it to invert the style and functionality. So normally when you see a record is selected in a table, it means you want to do something with that record. So typically when you have a table, it populates with no records selected, like so. I want to improve that too. And when you select a record, there's usually like a 3-dot or a hamburger that you would click on to do something with the selected item or items, right? Here, I am defaulting to all records selected, and unselecting a record, deselecting a record indicates that you do not want to import that particular record during the import process. You want to skip it. That said, I need to send that information with my generate output which is kept where? So this is in the imported data file, but the imported data file has no information about what records are selected and what records are not selected. So I kind of want to add a column to the data table for that selected value. Does that make sense to do? So when we create our data table, we're going to modify it as we are outputting it to the component. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. So in order to do that, I will need to modify the base library. So what I'm going to do is create a branch in the base library. I thought we would only be working in the lab data import version of it, but it looks like we'll be working in here too. So I want to create a new branch that is named the same. And I may as well do it in the database project as well. Apocalypse. I heard it. I heard it. I promise. And it made my heart jump. Oh gosh. ¿Dónde es? No sé. Hello? It feels like there's a small hair on my bottle right where my pinky was. It's probably a hair on my pinky. Oh, nope, I see it. Got it. It's tickling me. Okay, bring changes. Flux. Okay. All right. You win. There actually aren't any changes. So when it regenerates the JavaScript file, it gives it a new modified date, even though the content is the same. The get change diff acts like there is an actual change to the file, even though there isn't. There wasn't. It wasn't. Okay, so the data table, would it be in the data table? I want it to be during the file import process. So where is that? Man, it's been a little bit since we've had to do anything with the import portion of this that I don't know where anything is. That's probably an indication that it's not organized well enough. Set target type, set data. It's set data. Okay. Refresh field mapping, refresh field descriptors. Go through every data table. Okay, so we're going to create import field descriptors first. And once we're done with that, we're going to say if curtable.columns. And in order to make it queryable, I've just been using of type data column, because what you get back from columns is a data column collection, and you can't do stuff like select for each. I have tried as queryable, but the object that you get back in your Lambda is not a data column. So we would still need to cast it to a data column at some point in time. And I don't think there's an overload on as queryable. But like if I tried to do x.column name, for example, it's not a thing because we don't know what x is because this is a data column collection, which should have implemented or inherited from an I collection of data column, but instead it's an I-list source. It's IXML series. Well, yeah, just an I-list source with no generic type of what the list item type is. So anyway, I'm using of type data column. Columnar. Columnist. Hey, this time, if there is anyone out in the YouTube worlds, I have Restream actually doing the chat, whatever it's called when the bot does the chat forwarding to the back and forth. It's called Relay. I got this. So what we're gonna do is, this is another one that I'm like, man, is this really a good idea? I want it to be a good idea, dang it. So it's a good idea. I'm gonna have a specific system labeled column, and that system labeled column is going to be a const read only string. Can I not use read only? Oh, const is read only. What a morning. We got this. What am I thinking? A private const read only string. Private read only const string? Anyway, this is going to be our system selected column header. And we're going to name it selected, like so. I'm gonna make it internal. I'm gonna make it internal. But the thing is that there is a possibility that an external library that is using this would want to get that column back from the data table. And the reason that I want this oof. We're going to go through this and find out if this is a good idea or not. The reason that I want this is because I want a way to be able to carry that selected column with the table itself, with the table data. So that if there's anything external that's using the data from the table, we know which rows are selected and not just from the data table. So in my data table component, I have a two-way binded parameter. And do I have it in state too? If I have it in state, this might not matter. One thing at a time. Okay, let's go to that's lab data import. Regular import library, data table, display. So you can see here that I have a selected rows list and it's set up for two-way binding, and whatever uses it will be able to have that list available to it and be able to act on it. So for example, on the data file mapper page where we are using the data set and as a result, the data table, I am actually doing the individual parts as opposed to at bind selected rows because I am doing stuff in the select row process. But the point is, actually, no, I'm not. So I really could, without breaking things, I really could at bind. Wait. Was I? State is changing. I was, but we can still do this. So at bind selected rows, at bind after, then we can still do handle selected rows changed, but since this is the after, it takes no parameters, and we can still tell it to invoke async status change, which means that we can actually just put this directly in line. I just don't like putting it in line. Oh, this is a... Why can I use that bind after? Selected rows is read only. Okay, so I have to do it this way if I want to selected rows is read only. Interesting. So if I still want the table to re-render when selected rows has changed, that's what's slowing us down. But anyway, I have to use the binding to the event directly. Where is new lab data import? The handle selected rows changed on data file mapper might be what's causing the delay when toggling select all. So here's what I think might be happening, and I'm writing it down because we're not working on that during this branch. But when you toggle the select all, selected rows is changing for every one that we are unchecking, which doesn't really make sense. That could be wrong, a wrong assumption. My new working theory that I just came up with is that the toggle select all is clearing the list if it is if all records are selected. And then only calling the unselected rows changed once. Right, so if this is null, then that's the same as toggle. Where is that? All right, so here. So we're clearing it and then we're calling selected rows changed once. And so we shouldn't be doing an invoke async state is changed multiple times. It should only be one state is changed. Dang it. Maybe not. Save. Okay. So that's one thing. So we're trying to figure out where to put the list of selected rows. Back to this component, our list of selected rows is in our mapper state. Our mapper state is the thing that is calling upload. Not yet. There is no upload functionality in the core library. The upload functionality is only in the lab data import version of this. So much fun to keep track of. Which means that we probably don't need to modify the core library because we do have the list of selected records. So here what we will instead do, except that we do need to update this method to maybe take an optional list of int selected records. Which will then do generate output data table. Which means that we'll be sending this information everywhere. Is that a good idea? Yeah, we're gonna have to send this everywhere. That's really hard to keep track of. Let's try it. Let's try it anyway. Okay, so let's create a param definition. Dude, that was correct. Thank you for helping me out. I appreciate it, Chat GPT. Okay, so then we can forward this to here. And this will only be relevant on the overloads that have a data table. I'm going to have to add some remarks, though, that if the Hello, Dukasoft. Oof. If the selected records parameter is null, then we will import all records. If it's empty, we will import 0 records. Or not import, but convert 0 records. Not ready to use DeepSeek yet? You know, I haven't heard haven't been paying attention to very much about it. I have seen some sensationalized headlines, but I've been avoiding it. Where can you take both the item and the index in .where? You can. Nice. Very nice. Super nice. You get my drift. You know what I'm trying to get at. List of field mappings. Check for missing fields. Okay, I think this is going to work the way that I'm hoping for it to work. I just need to make sure everything gets updated with the right information. So what we're going to do is add the param here, here, and here. Okay, then the remarks. So let's add remarks for all of the ones that have the selected record to say if the paramref selected records parameter is not provided, all records will be selected. Exactly. Thank you again, ChatGPT. Not ready to use DeepSeek yet. Yeah, I don't for me, I really don't actively do a lot of stuff. Most of the things that I do are because there was an update that provided that functionality for me. Take, for example, the way that I did authentication and authorization in my .NET applications. Back when they were MVC applications, I was able to just use the scaffolded individual accounts with the new MVC app and entity framework, and it scaffolded all of that for me. Then in Blazor 3.0 and above, I think it scaffolded the identity server stuff, which really put me in a bind. Still feeling that. And now in .NET 7 and above, the new way of scaffolding identity. So it's like I'm not purposefully upgrading or changing the way I'm doing identity. It's just because it's what's now being given to me when I set it up. I wasn't actively going and trying to find it. However, what we will actively find and do is set up single sign-on for all of the apps, because the roles really do dictate what apps you have access to, and it works the way that it's supposed to. I tried logging into the test water management site and with my admin account, because I needed to switch roles and what I'm able to do. And I hadn't set up my permissions for that app yet. So it's like, please contact your administrator for permissions for this application. So it's like, yes, rules are working. Thank you. Anyway, I was excited about that, okay? I'm happy about it. I'm allowed to be happy about it. You're allowed to be happy about it. I'm excited for you. Oh, come on. Push the wrong buttons. Any other nihilist in the house? We're not using this. What do you mean we're not using it? We're using it right here. We're using it right, for each field and field mapping, data row, transform and add. For each row in rows dot of type data row, which means that we no longer need you to be explicitly typed, dot where, and we should once again be able to get the index back. Either selected records is null or selected records contains I. Thank you, ChatGPT. Not ready to use deep. Okay, moving on. So we're skipping all the rows that we are not trying to transform at present. You are passing selected records on. Where's the next place that we were using selected records? Why did I close that? Oh my goodness, I need this. Already am using it there. Good. So it is in all the places that I told it to be. So now we need to go back to one thing back where we started using this and pass that on. We need the remarks here, which is still in my clipboard. Whatever. No. One thing I'm afraid of in using Control-Shift-V is that at some point I've copied a key or a JSON object of some sort, and that would be showing some secret, and I hit Control-Shift-V and it shows the secret on screen. No docs doesn't really help with that, does it? That'd be stupid. All right, who is collapsed? Who is collapsed? Enhance. What is this suggestion with the dots? Oh, it's not there. I could have sworn there was a thing up here. Cancellation token is not used. Now it's used. I like having this nice and clean, you know? Is that so bad? Probably. Oh my gosh. Don't show me food right now, phone. It was showing me my Blue Apron order that's coming on Wednesday, on tomorrow. Today's Wednesday. Not now. Oh, I gotta remember to try the pineapple juice today at around maybe 12:30. So in about 2 hours. See if I can keep my energy up before what has been happening around 1 o'clock, which is some kind of energy crash, energy crisis. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, so hopefully I added to all of the appropriate places the filters for doing the selected row logic, which is only transform records that are selected, or leave that selected records list parameter empty. tool. Generate output data table, selected records. Oh, yeah, we need it here too. Okay. I know, we're getting there. Okay, I'm doing this in a different order than you're used to. That's what I get. I will not talk to you like that again, Visual Studio. I'm sorry. I love you. I see the light in you. You deserve to be treated with respect. Selected records. Okay. Generate fields to map to. Merge. Try matching fields. Place field mappings. Generate output. Right. And I'm making all of these changes to the implementation of this. Wait, that's because this is a regular method. Okay, good. No. Does this actually, no. That does not apply to this method. Okay, and finally we pass on the selected records. Okay, I was gonna say that I needed to move all of those additional parameters up to the interface or base class, but as you can see by my note here, I have not done that yet. So we're good, which means that we don't need this and we don't need this. So what I was going to do originally is add a column to the data tables with the selected value, whether it's selected or not. I'm still thinking is a pretty good idea. It's just that when we're doing this mapping, when we do the generate output, so the generate output data table would be fine because this would get the column in the data table itself. But when we're doing the target type, then there would be no way for me to purposefully map the $$ selected $$ to the output object. That's why I named it as such, so that it ignores it. There is no C# object that could take that as a parameter name, as a property name. It would be a bool anyway. So this is an invalid variable name. And so it wouldn't get mapped. It would be ignored. But I need the value from that selected column. I guess the other alternative could have been to return not only the target type, but the list of selected records. Selected record indexes, I should say, indices. Wait, why are you muted? Don't be muted. Man, I'm going back and forth on that, and I can't settle on it. Like, I went through the work of implementing this, but is it really how I want to approach this? Because oof, we're gonna keep going with this. I guess I did make a decision to start going down this path, and I went further than I did on the first path, so we may as well see this through to the end. If it doesn't work, we'll just redo the ranch. What are you gonna do? In fact, this is the type of situation that TBD Gamer was in on Tuesday, where he was like, I'm gonna make this change, but I'm not sure if it's the direction that I want to go. And I think it was like adding Kafka or something. And so he's like, I'm not gonna commit. I'm just going to start going down this direction, see where it leads. If it's a dead end, scrap it. Yeah. Ranch, I prefer blue cheese. I prefer ranch, to be honest. If I'm gonna have a dressing, well, if I'm gonna have a dressing, it's gonna be Caesar. But if I'm gonna have a dip dressing, it would be ranch. Not that I don't like blue cheese. Blue cheese is also really good. I still prefer ranch. I'm gonna keep going up from that. Don't you dare do it, Anna. Don't you do it. Okay, thank goodness. I like barbecue sauce with my buffalo wings, and I mean that literally. Like, buffalo wings that are spicy, super duper spicy, they have their own sauce and their own flavor. I prefer to dip that in another barbecue sauce that I like. What next? Spaces over tabs? True. Yes, absolutely. That's my preference. Anyway, hi DC Aggie. How are you doing on this wonderful Wednesday? What? Unsubbed, unfollowed, left the stream. Man, I already drank that bottle of water. Or we think it's water. Okay, moving on. That should do it, actually. No, it shouldn't. In our state where we are doing handle the upload, likewise, nice to hear your creepy process through distortion pedals and audio. I can hear your voice right now is what I'm trying to say. Nice to hear your voice too. I should open Fruity Loops and just put my voice through a filter. Or Audacity or something. Are you planning on streaming any this year? It doesn't have to be ever at all. No pressure. Usually end up streaming in my evenings, and I'm like, I want to lurk, but I also want to just spend my evenings with my wife, and only my wife. So I lurk still. I lurk, just not actively lurking like I usually do on people's streams. Boyfriend left on vacation yesterday, so I'll be streaming this week. You're not allowed to stream while they're there? Rude? No, I'm kidding. I just said this whole thing about wanting to spend time with my wife during evenings and not be distracted away from her. That's kind of what streaming is for you. I was to 10% of Dying Light streamers. You were top 10% of Dying Light streamers last year. Top 10%. Yeah. Just easier when I'm alone. So you can scream whenever you get jump scared. Run away! DC Aggie, It's right behind you. I know you meant top. I read top. Took me a second, but I read it. Oh, well, I will do my best if you happen to stream. And again, no pressure. I don't like pressuring people into streaming. I really don't. But if you do happen to stream soon, I'll try to catch it. I mean, you say you will be, so I'll take your word for it. But I'll try to catch your stream then. So if you guys are into some gaming streams, DC Aggie is fantastic. He's very entertaining, very cool. It's craziness. Lots and lots of craziness. It's actually almost sensory overload for me, not gonna lie, but it's a great time. Like the mask, the lighting, the voice. Absolute mayhem. How do you even breathe in that thing though? Let's see if we can get a clip. I'm sure you have clips on your channel. Dang. Oh, come on. Maybe not. Either that or Twitch Guru is broken. Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's broken. You turned off Prime in protest, and I think it hosed my library. Well, I'm gonna go there manually. And is that a past broadcast? No, that's a clip. That's a clip. Give me link. Give me Firefox so we can hear.
We'll see if I
You
get
gotta say
scratched.
something.
He's been sitting on my lap.
Wait.
What a sleepy cat. What a
You don't even have the vocal
cat.
processing
Oh, we love
on.
your sleepy cat. Oh, sneezy cat.
You gotta see that again. Oh my gosh, I love cats.
We'll see if I get scratched. He's been sitting on my lap. What a sleepy cat. What a sleepy cat. Oh, we love your sleepy cat. Oh, sneezy cat.
Kawaii. Oh, sleepy cat, sneezy cat. Oh, I love that gamer. Nice. Oh, good times. So yeah. That was weird though. You didn't have the lighting situation going on, and you didn't have the audio stuff that you normally do. Sleepy sneezy cat. Ah, I'm gonna be thinking about that for the rest of the day now. Okay, where were we? We are trying to go to the state so that in this generate output we can pass in our list of selected import rows. Yay! This should do it. Long story short is 2 homes with 2 very different streaming setups. Oh, okay. I have a long story about 2 home situation as well. Long time ago. long time ago. Don't bring up past drama. I want to lurk on Tamat Salat. Dang, there's so many good streamers on right now. Finite Singularity and Tamat Salat are taking up my two. Tamate Salat are taking up my two free lurky streamy spots. Such good streamers. All right. Well, shall we test it? We shall test it. The way that I'm going to test it is to see what data we're going to get back from here. And I'm just going to do it this way because lazy. If debug, which means that you can go back here. You're good. You can hang out here. And if, and the other thing is I was starting to set up my RTrack upload model to have a skip column property. What are these called? But we're not using it now. We're just passing in the list of record indices to import. Yeah, and the more I think about that, if we turn, no, not if we, since we have the data import utility as an open source library, I need to start thinking about whether that is something other developers would be expecting to have, like in order to decide what to import, you need to select, not even import, but the output records to generate. Oh. Oh. Yeah, man. I'm still waffling. But it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. I really should have the machine open all the time. I'm gonna do that. See what happens. If it gets to be too annoying, you guys will let me know, right? Have build errors. Found conflicts. No, don't start this. Oh, it's just missing a semicolon. Wait. Okay. So, I mean, this is still an issue. It's another thing that I want to fix in the open source version of the library, but it's that the Excel data reader has its own version of code analysis. Right? It's Excel data reader. So there's one project that has a reference to a different version of code analysis than my source generator. Gosh, what are words anyway? I really do want to resolve that warning because I really don't like having warnings in my builds. Does that make me a prude? Probably. Machine, are you even working on opening? I hope you are. Oh, that would be fun. I just thought of a thing I could do for the heat extension on the stream. I could put a like essentially a drum pad over there, maybe in the middle, and you'd be able to click on, like, maybe have 4 or 5 buttons. You'd be able to click on them to sequence out a beat and then send it, and then it'll play on the stream. That'd be fun. It says that it launched. I don't see it running anywhere. We'll give it time. Okay, so here we go. We're going to grab this record, this file. We're going to deselect the first record, push the upload button, hit the break point, and our selected record should have one less than the total number of rows and start at record number 1 instead of 0. And the total number of rows is rows.row count 332, and we have 331 items. And so, oops, the thing that we got back are 331 R-Track upload model records. That's perfect. The first record is CSO SD01AGT01 comp patp, which is pretty much the same as the first row. Can you give me something different about this record without me needing to continue on? Same sample date, same field sample number, same analysis number. What's going on? Why are you the same record? But the upload response says there were 331 records. You're the response, right? No, this is the stuff to be uploaded, so we haven't even done the upload. Not worried about that step because we know that the upload step does work. But why, oh why, do these two rows look the same? And what is the discriminator that makes these two rows different? Is it the test that's being done on it? It's the test. Okay, so the first row would have been test name HD, but instead we got patp as the analyte that we're testing for. Cool. So I'm relatively confident that this is working as it should. Relatively confident. I want to be 100% certain though. So we're gonna run it one more time. There is our breakpoint. Where is the actual upload itself? We're gonna see what data gets sent to the server to be uploaded. And then we will check the actual database tables. Where is machine? Why aren't you opening? So it should be launched. Oh, here you are. Could not find samples. Locate. Over here. That would be in... Where did I put these? I wish it left the window open so that I could see where the original file was. Where did I put it? FL Studio documents? Nope. Machine 2 factory library. Oh. Open file location. Open file location. Open file location. Open file location. Yay! It found it. Can't hear that. That's okay. I know how to fix this. This is my site. Add. Application. Audio capture. I think is how I did it. Machine. Okay. I don't think that's how I normally did it. That isn't how I did it before. Let's try this again. Delete you. Remove. Remove. Add. Application.
So aggressive. Makes whiskey and ketchup. What is going on?
While I'm doing this, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you don't have any questions, feel free to don't ask. Window capture, machine micro, don't make the source visible. Select a machine, capture audio. Okay. Move you all the way down behind everything else. Behind everything, behind the blank splash. Then we can make you visible. And then we can turn your volume down. Nothing still. What's your elevator pitch for your current project? My apologies for being away so long. No worries. You are allowed to ask. So this is work product. I am back to doing my work stuff on stream because I am back at working at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. If you hadn't heard since the last time you've been here. And the project that I'm currently working on is a tool to be able to import data from Excel or CSV and transform it into whatever shape you want, and allow the users to do this so they get to decide how to map the fields from the import to the output. And then be able to push all of that data to the database in the end so that we can perform our business logic operations on it. So the core library is just the main UI for being able to select a file, such as in this file here, show the contents of that file as a data table, like so, like so. So this is the contents of the file, data table. The file can be XLSX, CSV, regular XLS. Map the fields from map the fields from your incoming data to our outgoing specified type, which the developer will specify the output type, and those columns and requirements will show up here. You can do stuff like mapping the fields. Where's the prime contractor? So this would be a constant value of M, for example. Nope, NR. And there is a prime contractor field. So yeah, so that's the elevator pitch. The elevator pitch is, this is an application that provides ability to map from a semi-structured source, such as an Excel file or CSV with column headers or no column headers and rows of data that are all the same shape, to an expected output class, C# class, that you can do stuff with in your application. And then the lab data import is an implementation of that specifically goes from a file that a lab will send us to an RTREC upload set of records that we can do record checks on and upload into our final resting place database. No, what happened to Bigami's stream? Oh, they're crashing because of audio stuff. Because of machine. Thank you, machine, for crashing the streams. Preferences, audio. We want to use the FL Studio audio. Try to get it as low latency as possible and tell it to output through. Oh, and that's it. Okay, what do we got? Did you hear that? Yes. Yeah. But yes, I love automation. Love, love, love automation. In fact, I made an entire business around automation. My business's name is Automated Realms. So this is my company. As you can tell, I don't really have much on my website yet, but there will be some stuff going on here. But my company slogan is enhancing life through automation. It's gonna be so good. So good. No, I need a drum set though. Are any of these patterns drum sets? How do I change the pattern? Pattern, this one. Oh, those are my patterns. Scene, I think, is what I'm looking for. I don't know how to use this thing. No. How do I change what kit I have loaded? I don't think I can change the kit that I have loaded. I thought that there was a way to do that. Whatever. We're going to create a new file. I'm going to turn this down while I pick the kit because it's just annoying. All right. I don't know what all of the pads are, but man, the latency on this though, because I'm wearing blue, when I hit a pad, there's like a up to 200 millisecond delay, so it's really, really noticeable. Any hat-like things? It's really, really hard to do timing with that. But anyway, that's where that's at. Oh, actually, the one that I really like. Well, I guess we can keep that other project open. Oh. This other one. This is the one. Because I think this one has taiko drums, which is what I really, really love to use. I'm more of a marching band percussionist and concert band and stuff rather than a drummer. Even though it's been a really, really, really long time. All right, what are we doing? We are testing for 100% certain. So one of the features of the lab data import library is the ability to save configurations and recall the configurations. That's not in the core library because there is no data store, although I can add a feature later on to have like IndexedDB or even just local storage be used for saving templates and recalling templates. But since the lab data import is using a database backing, what do we got? Yeah, there's got to be a way to change pages. I forgot how to change pages. That's what it is. How do I change page? Something like you hold nav. Main. Swing tempo. I don't remember how to change pages for my instruments. Is it this? It's this. Yeah. Good times. Now whenever I get frustrated, I can just go. Dang it. Break stuff. I have no idea how loud that is for you guys. Hopefully it's not too loud. Okay. Done playing around with that. Now I need to actually find out if this is working the way that I'm expecting it to. So I'm recalling an existing saved template, and you can see that there are no errors because none of the preview columns here that are going to be popping up in a couple seconds. No, I really need the one where it's just a single. Yeah, these. Yeah, I can't do that with it lagging in my ear. Dang it. That'd have been fun. I'd have to get my headphones so I get 0 latency. So laggy. Sound like an MMO player. Okay. So you can see that none of these columns have red triangles, which indicates that the mappings are all valid. There are no violations for string length or required fields that are missing or anything like that. So we're going to skip this first row of data. We're going to push the upload button. We're going to see that before we even send it to the server, we're going to filter it out by only the records that are selected. So our for upload will be 331 records out of possible 332. Gosh. And I really need to know what is eating up so much memory on consecutive runs. Gonna work. There we go. Did that clean up some memory for me? Yeah, I closed Machine Micro and that cleaned up a little bit. Okay, Digabot gave us a joke or two. Other bot says, why did the knife dress up in a suit? Because it wanted to look sharp. Because it wanted to look dapper. Then BestBot said, this morning I was wondering where the sun was, but then it dawned on me. It was behind the clouds. I'm ruining them, aren't I? So we're transforming the output first, which we did in this step, but we're doing it while sending it to the server. Because it's running in Blazor server, I think we might actually get a timeout exception before even being able to get to the server. But this is the step where we're sending it to the server. The records that came through should be 331. So hard to debug this sometimes. All right, our upload data has 331 records. We validate each one of the records. If there are any validation errors, then we send it back with the message, you got some errors, because we do validation on both client and server side. We turn 331 records into their database entities. DC Aggie says, do-ka. At least I hope I represented that correctly. We're making sure that we set the username for who is doing the upload for each of those records. We do the actual upload. Oh, for any records that already exist, we delete them from the database. And there should be existing records because we've done this before. Then we upload them. Okay. Oh, no, this is okay because we're deleting all lab lot record combinations from that table. Good. Good. Not good. Oh man. This could be potentially bad because what if we have a lab lot that we're trying to exclude from our upload data now? That's gonna be fun. All right, we got an error because cancellation token most likely. Oh, wait, no we didn't. I mean, oh, yes. Yes, we did. So cancellation token to task was canceled because I took too long stepping through everything. It's going to roll back the entire process, but I'm going to also run this in without the debugger attached so that we can check the database. And so let's look at the database first. Let's first find out which database I'm connecting to. Sample, manage user cigarettes. So Duca for DC Aggie. Another shout out. We are using my local database server and not the test server. So we should be able to head on over to that in Visual Studio to the RTrack database, check TBL imported records, TBL imported TRN is what I said, Vue data. It's only going to show us 1,000 records, so we want to filter by, let's see if we can sort by TRN ID descending first. Where is my filter window? Oh, it's right here. So we're going to sort by TRN ID descending. Thank you, phone. Thank you for telling me that. I really appreciate it. Spam call. Yes, they keep trying. Thank you for telling me. You only have to tell me once, though. I appreciate you trying to keep me safe. We need to get to row, like, do you show row numbers, record numbers in any way? No, it kind of doesn't look like it. I want to be at row 332. Control the spammer back on stream. No thanks. That would give me a lot more anxiety. Answering the phone on stream in front of people and showing how incompetent my ability to communicate is when I'm on the phone. Not looking forward to that. No. Thanks for the recommendation, though. I'll take it under advisement. Interesting. Here's an idea. How about if we just delete from TBL imported TRN where username yeah. Wait, why aren't there any with my username? Does that mean that all of my inserts have failed? All right, we're gonna filter gefilte fish by username. Username. Oh my gosh, I'm so blind. See, now I'm thinking about it, Dukasoft. I can't get it out of my head. I'm feeling the anxiety and I'm trying not to let it bubble up. Oh dear. Okay, so there are no records that got imported. No worries. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Blech. Blech. All right, let's try this upload real quick. Book says Juan Van. Hello, Juan Van. So now that you're here, Juan Van asked a question in Discord that no one really had answered, probably because no one has used the technology, but he was asking if tech and stuff. No, not tech and stuff. General? Not general. Topical chat rooms, codehelp.net. Non-code help. Not codehelp not.net. Which room did you do it in? Blazer chat. Blazer chat. Maybe. Yeah, Blazer chat. Okay, so there was actual conversation going on about it. Wait. Wait, what? How's that even possible? I was the only one that responded to your message. Oh. I see. Thanks, Sade. Thanks. I moved it to Blazor. Well, duped it. Cool. So he did get responses, but still, if any of you watching have ever used OpenSeaDragon, especially in Blazor, Juan Vaughn was asking for some feedback, which he got from Zaid, and I didn't read through the message itself, which is obviously how I didn't even notice that it was the same conversation thread. But if you do have any input on that, then feel free to read through the thread on Blazor Chat, which isn't a thread, it's just a whole bunch of messages. You'll be able to see the first post yesterday at 1:20. Yesterday, essentially. Okay, here is our upload process. I need to load the... Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I was just like, no one has responded, and maybe we can see if anyone has information on it during the stream, but you did get a response. Okay, data has been uploaded successfully, allegedly. My username should be Humberto.cruz. I should be able to keep state for the loaded file. I'll consider doing that. Okay, so now if we refresh. I wrote the filter wrong. I didn't know you had to use actual SQL in the filter. A filter fish. But anyway, how are you today, Juan Van? How's your day going? If you feel like responding. If you're done chatting, then be done chatting. Otherwise, let us know what is up. There we go. There's all of my records. Good gravy. It's so good, I'm making it again tonight. Good. Am. Good am. Working on this project, trying to make the cart work, skipping that image for now. I almost understood that. Almost, not quite. So yes, I still want to do the query on this table so that I know how many records got imported. What I was expecting to be able to do is find the first record for this set of imports. I don't even know how many records it queried for, and then filter for any records on or after that ID. So that is what I'm going to do though. We're going to use our TRN ID, which we should be sorted by descending. I had it ascending. Welcome back, Big Amy. Okay, so we're sorted descending. These should be the most recent records that we uploaded. I'm going to take this number and filter by, we must be greater than this number. Apply that. Okay, now we have no records. So what I really want to do is upload all the records. Do the thing. And now in the database, we should see all the records. And we can see that there are different lab and lot combinations. Dang. Sorry, I clicked on method and I meant to point out lab and lot. There are different lab lot combinations. So because this table is imported TRN, what we're expecting to happen is when we're uploading a file, we clear out this table for the current user that's trying to do the import process. Dang, I missed a follow 2 hours ago? Oh, I hadn't even started streaming yet. Okay. Not my fault. But thank you for the follow 2 hours ago. If you happen to be lurking, I will not call out your name so you don't feel like you have to talk or anything. So what I think the logic should be is that we clear out the imported TBL imported TRN table for that user. That's a bad idea. How do I clear out the records that are associated? Yeah, so there it is. This is why it would be better for me to keep track of all the records and then whether a record is selected or not. Because right now the logic is when we're doing the upload process, we look for any lab lot combinations and delete all records for that combination of lab and lot. But that means that the lab and lots that were imported from the file are also being retained. And here's an example of that. Let's say I deselected all records and I only wanted to import the first record. And we do that, it's going to delete all records with lab ph underscore lot 1901 and then only re-add this one record. But these ph 1701, 1702, 1601, 1901, these are all still going to be in the database. So here's our only 1901 record. Did I say 1901 again? Yeah. Here's our only 1901 record, but we still have the new records that were generated from the last time that we filtered with no 1901 records. And we really needed to clear out that's a decision that needs to be made. When uploading data, do we still use these skipped records, lab and lot? To clear TBL imported TRN before the upload? Or do we really only care about the lab lots being that are selected. Yeah, because like the assumption that re-uploading the file with the other records deselected means that you're going to delete them from this temporary table, I think that is a reasonable thought, a reasonable expectation. I'm uploading a file that has all of these lab lot combinations. I know that for this particular process, I'm only allowed to have one set of lab lot records. So if I am unchecking them from this file, then that means that I don't want those lab lots in the imported TRN file anymore. And by the way, those show up in RTrack. And oh, by the way, I think I need to give myself some permissions first. We'll find out. No, not that one. This one. Beautiful. I know. Thank you. It's a beautiful site. So those will show up in here as individual lab lots. But does that mean that we can delete? Do we have a way to delete TRNs? What if maybe I did want to sign in as the document tracking center person? There's return to lab, view data, finalize TRNs. Yeah, I don't know that there's a way for us to be able to delete a lab lot from PBL imported TRN. Oops, that's biota. You're frozen on this page. Why are you frozen on this page? The Aggie. Wakarimasen desu. That's a hard decision to make. So that's going to be a question I'm going to ask the client. Options. If a lab lot appears in the file and no records with that lab lot are selected, delete all records from TBL imported TRN that have those lab lots. Only delete as well as the lab lots for records being uploaded, or only delete the TBL imported TRN records that have lab lots that are selected. Okay, so that's going to be a question we ask. I'm going to leave it as is, but that also means that this functionality is working correctly, and we tested it, verified it, made sure it's good. So let's go ahead and mark it as complete with a pending question. Implemented record upload skip logic. That'll push to 2 repos. We'll go ahead and do the PR and merge. And then we'll move on to the next item. And also log a work item and. The utility is really testing the UPC battery backups today with this wind. Oh yeah, that's crazy. What are the winds like where you're at? I'm assuming they're hurricane-like. I don't even know where you are, Juan Van, but I'm assuming with the way that you're talking that the winds are really, really bad. The winds of change. Boards, work items. In the 50-mile-per-hour range. Yeah, we get some pretty strong wind gusts here since we're in a valley just east of the Rockies. It gets bad sometimes. Check out Big Amy. Wait, did we already do a full shout out for Big Amy earlier? You can do a full shout out. Inepa AM by Thunder Myth. Huh? Nani? No idea what you're saying at me. But yeah, check out Big Gamey. He's currently streaming. He's an amazing person. Wonderful to be around. I love his streams. I love being on his streams, hanging out with him. He's a game developer working on a game that is going to be Spy Hunter clone-ish currently because he has gotten that, I think it was from the $1 asset pack. My overlay is frozen. No, that's just my face. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Twitch Guru. I tried to do a shout out for DC Aggie earlier. Twitch stuff. Twitch chat. Which one of you guys is the shout out clips? Hello, shout out clips. Master Rat is here. Holy cow. From way, way back in the day. Oh my gosh, no, you've been here more recently. But how's it going, Master Rat? I hope you're having a fantastic day. Where in the world is the shout out clips? Discord overlay, now playing. Alert browsers, maybe? Let's find out. Studio mode. I've been less frequent in recent months, which is completely okay. You are not being judged for it. You aren't negatively looked upon in any way, shape, or form. I'm glad you are here now. All right, here we are. Shout out clips. Can we refresh you? Okay, let's give it another shot. So, bit gimme. Yay! Oh my gosh, I love those. Oh. Goodness. Yeah, we're obviously having a really fun time today. It's been really nice and laid back. I love it. I love working this job. I do stress myself out. I am gonna eventually get this made, but I really want a shirt that says when life doesn't give you lemons, get your own, because it's kind of what I do. It's like, well, I'm not frustrated enough. What can I do to add some frustration? It's a terrible, terrible habit. I miss using Azure DevOps. I'm sorry, Dukasoft. You should be able to use it. I just need to figure out what it is. Oh god, too real. It's just, yeah, that needs to be a thing. This is a task, and the task is to make a determination on what to do with upload items. I'll put the description in here. Because that's just supposed to be a quick, like this would be what I would want to see TBD's platform for, Liquid Sky. Like, what would he call this to begin with? And would that help me? Would that prompt me with coming up with the text to put in here so that I know what this actually needs to be? But this is my actual wording for it. When uploading data, do we still use the skipped records' lab and lot to clear TBL imported template before download? Or do we really only care about the lab lots that are selected? So here's our options. If a lab lot appears in the file and no records with that lab lot are selected, do we delete all records from TBL imported TRN that have those lab lots, as well as the lab lots for the records being uploaded, or only delete the TBL imported TRN records that have lab lots that are selected? I'm sure that'll make sense, right? You want me to write it as a story? As a user. I do that for some of them, but this one is more like a task that I really need to do, which is contact the client and be like, we need a decision on this. If it was a work item like this one, I really should have made it a story. And then the task would be this. Or this wouldn't be a task, this would be a requirement, essentially. Save imported field set as a template in the database. Store the field set for the provided fields. Yeah, instead of being able to, or instead of doing it, instead of having the entire list of field mappings serialized to the table, to the row. Moving targets, right? Well, honestly, what works for you, especially as a solo dev. Yeah, I mean, I still like to keep practice. I don't plan on it, but I do want to be practiced in writing stories and putting together DevOps items in case I ever do work on a team again. If you visit this back in 3 months, basically, are you going to know what you're trying to accomplish and why? Good thoughts, yes. So that said, as a solo developer, I still am using the pull request process. I'm not committing directly to main. I'm making the changes in the pull request. Implemented. And was this actually a work item that I gave myself? Make determination on what to do with upload items. Save import fields. Okay. Wait, mapping value rules. Okay, so this is what we're going to do next. I have it marked as active, but it's what we're going to do next. PR raised by One Lion. Comment. Great work, One Lion. Approved. Well, you guys are my reviewers, so When a record is not selected, it is not sent to the server for upload. However, we need to make a decision on what to do with unselected records regarding lab lot deleting. I would not have this in any other I wouldn't do this if I was on a team. I wouldn't have written it like this if I was on a team, but it's me. I'm not going to read these in the future, he says. Okay, so this one is a lab data import. I work in a team where I highlight my best guesses, says Masterat. People blindly approve the PR, then turns out it was all wrong. So I think your PRs are actually more beneficial. Yeah, so when I was on that team from not too long ago, I did put questions in there, like I highlighted certain parts to be reviewed a little closer if my PR actually needed that. And then they would get accepted because they didn't have the time to review my code changes. They're just like, yeah, it's good. Too many words in your description. Too much blah blah is how it was worded towards me. I'm like, but it's 2 sentences. Please check the logic here and verify that it does what I think it does. But yeah, anyway. So you guys are reviewing my code changes. You're like, yeah, you renamed a class. Good for you. It's now matching the other classes. I guess that belongs in this PR. Actually, no, you know what? Renaming that, it belongs in a different PR. You're gonna have to undo that change, create a new branch to rename that file. I got that a lot too. Like, this is all part of the upload data request, so it kind of belongs in here. Yeah, and that's one thing that I really didn't like about doing PRs in GitHub. You have the checkbox, and I felt like I needed to tick the checkboxes every time, even if there's like 100 and something files that got touched by a rename, for example, a class rename. It's like the only thing that is in those files is a rename. I kind of don't want to tick the box 143 times just for just for that. But yeah, I really do. Oh, I left some code in there. Aha. Excuse me. Good comment. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, and so the majority of the work for this happened in the base library. So there was this one change here, or I guess this one change here. And then the rest of it is in the core library. So One Lion is going to take that review comment and remove the unused code that is not even needed for debug. How do you know if he didn't look? I'm just gonna bite my tongue because I don't know what the answer to that question is. Removed unused code. So how do I know if I didn't look at the check marks? Or as far as, okay, that's what you mean. Yes. So clicking the check mark is still time consuming when you're essentially the only one on the team that does PRs. Like, I was on a team of essentially 4 developers. One of them was the project manager, and he did some of the development work, which was dangerous. But he would have PRs as well, and I would review his PRs. Another one was a seasoned employee that had worked there for... That is a very pretty crystal that this geologist in this clip is showing. Rocket Sage, Rockitsage. Anyway, look at these rocks. Anyway, so distracting. So the other one was a seasoned developer that didn't have time because they were working on more important things for the project. So they rarely did PRs. And then the other one was a junior developer that just kind of didn't really know what he was looking at as far as the PRs were concerned, especially for UI work that I was doing. So they didn't do they didn't do reviews. So anyway, point is, 100 and something files touched by a file name change, and scrolling through and looking is one thing, but scrolling through, clicking, scroll, verify that's the only thing, click, scroll, verify that's the only thing, click. And it's like, I don't know. That's how I knew. That's my short answer. Okay, how do we get the update? View latest. Cool, resolved. All right. Any other changes? Name change, name change, name change, name change, name change, name change. What are you? Name change, name change. Yeah. So the only real change in this PR was adding the parameter to this method. Okay. I approve. Complete. And also the thing that I did on a team, which I don't know if this is the right way to do it or if the person doing the review should be the one to delete the branch. But I always left it up to the requester to delete their own branch in case they were still going to reuse the same branch for more changes, even though the PR is approved and completed. But I always like to delete my own, regardless of whether more work is needed on it. If more work is needed on it, I'll create a new branch. It just makes sense to me to do it that way. We usually did squash and delete. So I have heard a lot about squash merges, and I don't like them. I would rather, at minimum, keep the commits. Or not even at minimum. I would rather keep the commits. I definitely want the branches to be deleted and cleaned up, but I would prefer to keep the commits. Absolutely. So what's the reason for squashing, by the way? Is it just so that your commit history is cleaner, or is there another reason? Is there something that I just can't imagine being a thing? Not branches, PR. PR. Q, PR. Yeah, I'm still not convinced that this is the approach that I want to take, but it's the one that I went with. Yeah. Even got rid of dirty code. Dirty, dirty code. I approve. Oh, I need to create. I did the review before even creating the PR. I approve. Complete. Delete. Just to keep the history cleaner. Reason for squashing: people doing tasks were committing things like going to lunch, safety commit. We didn't need to see these once work is merged. True. I agree with that. However, I think that maybe squashing the entire branch is overkill for that. Okay, merge it. And the reason that I say that, though, is because we have had need. Yeah. So you don't lose anything by squashing. You can see the changes in that merge, but they are still changes that... Gosh, how am I trying to word this? So you can have made one change to a file early on during that branch and then made another change to the same file that undid those changes. And you commit that, and the only thing that you see for that file, or there are no changes for that file in the long run once you squash. However, we have had a need to, and this is just an issue for the development process itself. It was dirty coding. We have had a need to be like, wait, wasn't there a change that we talked about you making, other developer, that solved whatever the issue is that you're having? And they're like, yeah, I forgot that we made that change and I changed it back to something else because I didn't think that change was needed. And it's like, well, can you make that change again? And they're like, what was the change? And I'm like, I don't remember. Go into the history and find out what that change was since we committed it after we did it. So that kind of thing. That's a terrible argument for keeping the commit history as separate items. The other thing is, when you do squash, do you keep all of the original commit messages, or do you squash them down to a more simple fixed or resolved task number blah? Because I searched through commit history, had to search through commit history a lot for that team that I was working on. It was not good times. Okay. Well, I'm waiting for that. So again, if you are busy and you are done chatting, you're definitely okay. Squash commit would just be merge branch and PR number blah. Yeah. So I like having the commit messages in a searchable form too. Mostly because I did a lot of the merge history searching stuff in Visual Studio. And so being able to just kind of skim through and look for anything that has to do with tests, for example. I like that, even for already merged code. That's just me. And I could be doing things wrong because, again, I've been doing software development by myself for a really long time. And I only worked on that team for about 2 years. I see your point, but honestly, we never had a reason to care about anything except what was merged into dev main from a task. Splitting hairs really not something I would make a fuss over, whichever way my team works or a team works. Also agree. I guess I was more arguing with myself as to whether or not to adopt squash merges or not. And I'm still making a pretty, it's echo chambery for myself, pretty echo chambery case for keeping my commits separate. Now that you mention that, though, I have never had to, well, I can't say never because I don't remember my full history, but I don't recall needing to go into my commit history for any of the changes that I've already made, or any of the branches that I've merged. That's what I'm trying to say. Any of the things that I've committed in branches that I've already merged. Okay, so one thing that would have happened during that merge to main, during the PR to main, is that my core library has a pipeline that generates a NuGet package. So the build ran, you can see 5 minutes ago, it was successful. And it ran the release pipeline to create the test NuGet package. Again, if I was working on a team, what I would do then is grab that test NuGet package over here in my main product. Oops, what am I doing? Get. I was supposed to switch to main branch. Switch to main branch. Of the core application itself, because this NuGet package would be referenced in my main application, and the main application would need to be updated. The NuGet package reference would need to be updated with the work being done on that. So I'd have an open PR for the main application, and in that PR is where I would I would switch to that branch in the PR, and then I would reference the test NuGet package at that point in time and then verify that it worked. Once I did that, then I would approve, let it get pushed to main, and then go back to the other branch's PR, verify everything still works with the updated. And yeah, I do a lot of extra work, don't I? But it's what I do. I don't do that now because one, I'm not referencing the NuGet package in development, and two, I am doing all of the work myself, so I know that it's working. Okay, yes. Publish already. That should only take a couple seconds. It just takes the NuGet package and dumps it to the artifacts. Dumps it to the local feed. Do the thing. Done. All right. So we are back on main. Did I actually pull on main? I think I did. And then of course, not only do I like to keep my repos clean, but I also like, or my upstream repos clean, but I also like to keep my local repos clean. So as soon as I know that I'm done with this, I make sure that I delete the local repositories as well. And then we never used that one, which is kind of annoying. So heading over to the connection manager, repo, branches. We never used this, so we're making it go away. Bye-bye. That's the problem with referencing all of my satellite libraries instead of using the NuGet package, which I think we're about ready to do, at least with the database project. I don't have any changes that I'm anticipating needing to make for database records and objects and stuff. So we should be able to turn this into the, or not turn this into, but use the NuGet package that should already be generated from the data import. Import. Data file import template database. What a name. Yeah. Okay, so I need to get rid of these because that's just going to confuse me. Supposedly, they've been used, but they're not in use, I promise. Okay, so this database, let's do that first. So let's create a work item to reference the data import utility database as a NuGet package reference. This is an epic, by the way. It's going to take 4 stories, each of which has 3 tasks and 20 test cases. Might be a case of grass is greener on the other side thing, but man, I miss solo dev. No. I don't think it's a grass is greener thing. I think some people are just oriented towards this type of situation, and you might be one of them. There's so much freedom. Your code base is like the only person you have to yell at for your code base being a mess is yourself. But most of the time, you know, you're probably good enough to keep it clean and follow methodologies and be consistent. There are so many benefits. I would love to work on a team of people that have the same type of work ethic, even if your methodology is different. I can deal with, you know, this is the way that I structure my projects or that I structure my repos or whatever. I am okay with that. The thing that I'm not okay with is work ethic, and when it comes to using up other people's times and being respectful and giving constructive feedback and all of those types of things, the way that you approach and talk to other people on your team and treat them is very important to me. Change DB project reference to NuGet. Reference. Okay, assign it to me, and it'll be active. President Not Sure is here, or was here earlier, I think. You did speak already, didn't you, today? All my days are blending together now. But anyway, President Not Sure says, collaboration in a software context has gotten so bad to deal with that I prefer to avoid it at this point. It has changed a lot in my experience in the last around 15 years. So it used to be better is what you're saying? Can't remember if I had spoken already. Well, regardless, hello, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah. Wow, so not just me. What change do you reckon? I think, yeah, I'll let President Not Sure give his opinion first. Yeah, it was better, especially between programmers, but even with business people, it was better for me. Yeah, like, oh my gosh, the team that I was on, the way that they were interfacing with the product owners and all of the other stakeholders, I could not believe it. There was like all out yelling with the client. How does that even happen? Like yelling matches. What even? Okay, so this is only going to be in the lab data import service repo. I'm not moving on beyond the question, by the way. I'm waiting for your response. Task 539. BB to NuGet reference. And the way that we're going to do this is we're going to delete the database projects from the solution. We aren't deleting the projects themselves, obviously. And in our database project, we're going to add the NuGet packages for the database instead. And that should be it. We just test everything and make sure it works. Data file import. How do you do that day to day? Yeah. It was crazy. I had to leave. I didn't like the environment. I didn't like the way the team members treated each other. And I just thought it was an unhealthy situation. And so I left. Like, I really was trying to be conscious as to whether or not it was just me being, having my preferences, having my personality, or if I was actually being fair to my team members. Because I know how I can get with other people. And I hope that I was able to still give them a truthful and honest assessment, is that a good word, as to whether or not I could continue working on that team. And yes, yeah. So I definitely had conversations privately with the project manager, who was one of the main offenders of the situations. It did get better, but not extremely well. I had conversations with the whole team and with the stakeholders directly. And I'm like, I really don't understand how, for example, one of the stakeholders was the technical manager, something, who had more knowledge of the inner workings of the applications, even though they weren't software developers. They were just very technical, and they understood like hardware devices and what should happen. But to pretty much sit there and say, oh, come on guys, you're wasting our time. What are you doing with your time? Do you even know how to code? And it's like, are you really saying that for real to the team that's working on the software for you? But I definitely voiced it. I was like, I don't appreciate that. It's not something that I want to be exposed to. And again, it did change. And what was crazy is when I told them, like when it was about 2 weeks before I was going to tell them that I was leaving. Lots of things changed. Like there wasn't yelling. There was still a lot of talking down and patronizing and stuff. But for the most part, it was good. Yeah, I don't know. It got better, is what I'm trying to say. But I had already made up my mind that I'm going back to working with these guys. I enjoy this work a lot more. They've never treated me like, a waste of time and space. And they've always acted like they could rely on me. They felt like they could rely on me because they can. And they've only said good things to me. And so when I talk with the clients, when I talk with the users, it's a great experience. There's still other people, and I don't like needing to converse with other people in real time. But at the same time, they're awesome people. They're really cool. Like you guys. So great of you to bail. Life and work shouldn't be like that, just not worth the mental energy at that point. It might be a placebo because you knew it wasn't your problem anymore, but also very likely you made a difference. You can answer the question, by the way, Lion. Don't have to wait for president. Oh, okay. So the thing that one of the things that I perceive has changed in technology over the past few years is the amount of technologies available to be used to solve a problem. And so with that comes more opinions on what to use to solve a given problem. On top of that, you do have a lot of developers that are in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. Not to say that ageism, I'm not trying to make an ageism negative play, but they are people that have used technologies before our current technologies, is what I'm trying to use the point out ages for. They've used technologies that didn't have the complexities that our current technologies do. They also use technologies that had a lot of different types of issues than the technologies we use now, but they are still using methodologies as if we are using those older technologies. And so that, I think, combined with the cultural changes, can I say that, to be more open, which is cool. I love the cultural changes to be more open about your opinions. Makes it prime ground for unhealthy teams to argue in unhealthy ways about an approach or methodology and to put someone else down for choosing one path over another. Also mixed in with the I've always done it this way, I know what I'm doing, who are you to question me kind of mentality. But what I've noticed as far as my experiences on Twitch and the communities on Twitch is that there are so many people with similar types of opinions as what I encountered on the team that I was on, at least, that state them as this is my experience with this, and there's very little you're doing it wrong. It's more like you're doing it your way, I don't agree with the way that you're doing it, here's the way that I like to do it. But it's not from a standpoint of you're stupid, why are you even here kind of feeling. And I had that way too often. So I hope that that accurately conveyed what I was hoping to convey. Not that you'd be able to know because you just heard that side of it. So Master Rat says there's also usually one loud extrovert know-it-all programmer, usually ENTJs, and things have to be done his way. Then sooner or later, other people can't be arsed and give up. True. Dukasov said, I showed my boss progress yesterday. She was happy and said, wow, you've gotten far in a short amount of time. Not even halfway. TLDR, boss was happy. Thanks again, one line. Well, I don't know why you're thanking me, but awesome. Really, really glad that you are getting recognition for making progress, because that feels good and you are making progress. Keep it up. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing it right. Yay for good bosses. No, my water. Hey, this is a reminder. I need to refill my water bottles. I'm gonna grab a pineapple juice just to see if I have a placebo effect on my energy levels going through the rest of the stream. We have about an hour and 20 minutes left or so. So I'm gonna grab some water. Why do you say update? And then we'll come back and try to make sure that the project builds and that we're still able to use the database after changing it from a project reference to the NuGet reference. And Dukatsoff said, well, you did show me some good info in the latest stream that helped me a lot. Well, awesome. Then you are very welcome. I will take the thanks and yeah, try my best not to do my normal, oh, I didn't do anything, it was all you. You're just trying to express your gratitude. So you're welcome. Okay, I'll be back in like 2 minutes at most. We'll say 2 minutes. All right, did I beat it? Nope. That was more than 2 minutes. That was close. That was close. Okay. So yeah, if you are still wanting to, or if you're still chattable, Master Rat, do you have any other thoughts on what might have changed the landscape of teamwork and the way that teams operate in recent years? Especially if you've had experience on other teams in the past that weren't like this. Because I don't even have that. I have just my one experience with Sajeti. And I guess the one where I wasn't officially part of the team, I went to the headquarters where they were maintaining the applications used for human resources, and I worked on that team for about 3 months on site with the team, and it was an odd experience, but it was a good experience. But I didn't feel like I was part of the team. I was just there on a temporary basis, and then I would go away. But I liked that team. There were a lot of knowledgeable people there. Such cool people too. Still remember you, Niran and Lee. Okay. Oh, I was like, okay, it built that fast. Did not build that fast. We're getting the JavaScript error, which is fine. There. Okay, so we are getting build errors in... Well, no, that's the component library, and that's because of the JavaScript thing. So let's build again. I really don't know why MS Build does that. Like, is there a way for me to specify the TypeScript, JavaScript build task to happen before the rest of the build? Because that's causing me a lot of headache. Build succeeded. Okay, so that means that my NuGet package references did work. Now let's do something that is database oriented, such as in specifying a file to get the templates. Database fun. Dukasoft is fun. Yeah, I really got to get better at being more graceful at accepting gratitude. I'll work on it. All right. All of my database operations have succeeded so far. And if I push this button, we aren't getting any indication that the database stuff failed. What is this? This looks like a piece of something important. I hope I didn't break anything. Weird. Okay, so I think it's good to go. I think we are. I'm sure you're gonna get me to say thanks a few times in the future. We're all learning. Yeah. I'm definitely learning from you guys too. Absolutely. All right, we're gonna call that good. We are committing. We're gonna let Copilot create the message for us. Like, it's starting to become second nature doing that now. That's not good. I don't want that to be my default mindless click when I go to commit things. Update project references to use new package references. This is true. This is what I did. Did you get that from my branch name? No. Interesting. It's like even using my wording. This is how I would have phrased it most likely. So President Not Sure was agreeing with Master Rat's comment about usually having that one person on the team that's the know-it-all, and they're loud and they kind of enforce their opinion. And then pretty much the rest of the team is just like, we'll go along with whatever you say. We don't want to have an argument every time. Just for some minor thing. Yeah. So President Not Sure is saying, yeah, this is one of the issues. And if you have more to contribute, we did mention a couple others, but definitely interested in hearing anything that you might want to contribute to. What happened to the landscape? Why is this a thing? Snobble is here. Snubble says, if you can't find the loud know-it-all on the team, then you are that person. That's perfect. Oh. Big Gamey says, I'm here in spirit. I have to run some errands, but I hope you'll still be here when I return. If I am, then I'll see you then. But thank you so much for being here in spirit. I feel it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I am the team. Thanks, I guess. Yeah, I was thinking that too, but it's like I am the pushy loud one on my team, but I'm also the quiet reserved one that just goes along with whatever the pushy loud one says. Because I'm the only one on my team. Yeah, and I guess that is one thing that changed with this team is the previous offices that I worked in, even though I was the only technical person essentially in that office, I was the only developer. I did a very highly technical job that required a lot of thinking and concentration and stuff. At least I thought it did. And everyone else in the office is like, this is a family-oriented office. We treat each other like we're family, which is cool for some organizations, but my personality type really does not like that. So anyway, I got stepped on a lot, is what I'm trying to say. My preferences and my personality was just pretty much told you are wrong for feeling that way. So when I got to the job where I was working on the team, I was like, I'm gonna try to at least make them aware that this is how I operate. I don't work well when these other conditions are present, and that's why I was able to voice it, because I was like, they're not going to know unless I say something to them. But I also didn't want to, like, the fear that happens that comes into play for people like this is you also don't want to make people feel like they have to walk on eggshells when they're around you just because of your preferences, when the team dynamic is already set by the time you get there. But when you see the team dynamic is people yelling at each other and putting each other down, it's like, I do want to change that aspect of this team. I do want to see that be different. It would be nice if instead we cooperated with each other. So I will say the things like, I don't like the way that we're treating each other. I will say things like, could we instead talk about how to cooperatively get this thing done? Yeah, seriously. And I'm not letting that shape my entire opinion on how teams are, but it is contributing to me knowing that I have very particular preferences that a lot of teams probably wouldn't work with. But seeing all of you on Twitch and talking with you guys, you are the team that I want to work with. You are like, I don't know, you're just the people that I would love to have on a team. So there's that. And Dukasoft is like, this is what I'm most scared of, for sure. Yeah. I'm glad for that experience. I don't want to do it again, but I will if needed. Don't put it on yourself. You can clearly collaborate as seen here week after week. Yeah, it still feels like I have so many quirks and personality traits that are highly introverted. I don't like physically being around other people because of my own personality type of things. Like, I don't feel safe. That's one of the big things. I don't feel safe around other people who are unpredictable. And one of the things that happened at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal was, what was that? That was weird. My styling just disappeared from this, like, suddenly. It just kind of, like, it literally just flew off. There was a background and all of my text was white space no wrap, and then it just kind of like went. It was weird. It's very weird. But there was an incident at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, and it was on my way to work. I was on my way in. We get this message that says don't go to the building because it's been broken into. And there was a window on a door that got broken. And it's one of those windows that have like the lattice wire stuff in it. And so they broke through that, opened the door, broke the handle off of the key card door. And yeah. And it's like, do I really feel safe in this workplace? Because I wanted to work at 4:30 in the morning, or 6:30. 4:30. Did I still go into work early in the morning? Like before most people. So it's still dark out. And yeah, it just wasn't. Yeah. I really don't remember what my work schedule used to be when I went into the office. I know that I was one of the first people there, which means that I probably arrived in the building at either 5 or 5:30 a.m. Yeah. And I used to be someone that, stayed up later because nighttime is when I felt most rejuvenated and active and able to think and most productive. But I totally changed all of that around. So now I wake up at 4:30, or I wake up at 4:23 and then make my coffee, and then I'm downstairs at my computer working by 4:30. That's when I start my my timer for billing the client. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, that's happening. It's gotta be something that I'm doing to myself, but I've just like completely, I'm finding it very difficult to focus on what it is that I'm trying to say. But I was responding to the sleep thing. So yes, 4:30 a.m. I'm down here on the couch. I open up multi-stream so that TBD's stream is open so that when it starts, it's already playing and I don't have to do anything. And then I start getting to work on whatever the day's tasks are. And that's so that I can end my day by 3:30 p.m. Well, now it's so I can end my day by 1:30 p.m. so that I can do music for 2 hours so that I can end my alone time by 3:30, and then I go cook, spend the rest of the day with my wife, have an enjoyable evening. I'm in bed usually by 9:30, and then do it all again. Jigsaw says I walk into work at 9 and leave at 1400. President Not Sure was saying, I worked at a place that was somewhat high profile at times and would get semi-literate death threats via email at times. When the press would focus on the company, one time out the hallway, I heard a bang, and me and someone coming down the stairs stopped and looked at each other like, it was a bike tire that exploded. But from that moment, although there was a combo lock on the doors to the hallway, I didn't feel especially safe. Yeah. Like the door that, one of the doors that had the windows broken in, was so I sat in this office, and then you could go out the door, turn right, and then that was a hallway to the door where the stairs are to get outside. But that was the door that had the broken glass and stuff. Not to mention the moth apocalypse that happens every year in Colorado. Drink of water. I finished with my pineapple juice. We'll start on the water. Drink a coffee. Oh, have coffee. We get told by Stream Elements and Dukabot. Did you add it to Stream Elements? Do you have access to Stream Elements to add commands like that? I don't remember adding it to Stream Elements. Well, coffee is important. No, Dukasoft. You are important. Oh, okay. The thing worked. We did the commit. We're doing the PR for the database. Can't remember how, to be honest. You did it through text, didn't you? You did it through chat. I think you had access to do that or something. Like add command, is that a thing? You always do crazy stuff that I didn't know was a thing. It's really awesome. It was something. Okay. PR for task 539. This time I'm going to make sure to... Yeah, there you go. Awesome. You did do. Pull request. Pull request. New pull request. That means that if there are ever any database changes that we need to make for the data import library, we need to take the normal approach of going to the database repo specifically, doing the change, doing the migrations, testing the database changes, creating the test NuGet package, going to the application that uses it, testing the NuGet package there, and ultimately doing the PR to get the production one. Awesome. You got superpowers, Dukasoft. In this case, the title is good enough. We don't need to add anything. And I still forgot to associate the work item. Okay. Oops, I didn't review the code changes. But you guys did. It's okay. All right, so then go back to here, and now we only have 2 branches. And then when I do a pull, the other thing that I told Visual Studio to do that I don't know if all of you know about is to prune the branches when I do a pull. And what that means is, after I show the setting, if you go into your source control, Git repository settings, prune branches during fetch. One thing that I do is I tell it to prune branches. Oh, it's because it's in my global settings. So this is specific to this repository. So I tell it to prune remote branches during pull, which means that my remotes in Visual Studio are not just piling up. The ones that are actually deleted branches go away. Typically, they would stay, even after you delete your local branch. Sure, pretends to have looked at pull requests. Okay, so that is in tools, options, and then if you just type git, I'm sure it'll take you there. Git. But it's under source control, and if you want to do it globally, then git global settings. It's this prune remote branches during fetch. Otherwise, if you want to do it per repository, just have the repository open and then set it there. You're welcome. Ow. Ow. Don't thank me. Thank the developers of Visual Studio. Tasty lips. They taste like pineapple juice. Hashtag not sponsored. Okay, so that should have completed the work item and deleted the branch. Let's go to the work item and make sure that it did complete. Yes, because it... Wait, what? There we go. Yes. So it did complete. The thing that I don't like about stories is there's a completed and closed, or resolved and closed or something. That's why I like using tasks more, because when you set them as closed, they are completed, they are closed. With stories, you kind of have a two-step process of resolved and then mark it as completed or closed or whatever the other one is. All right. Our next item up for bid. Johnny? No? Nothing? I have been deleting them manually for quite a while now. Nice feature. Yes. And even if you are just now turning it on, the next time you pull, it'll prune all of your upstream branches that are no longer there. I want more pineapple juice. Why are these things so small? They're so tasty though. They're only 100 calories each, but I bet you they got a ton of sugar. 24 grams. Goodness. Goodness. Oh, goodness gracious me. All right. So we have that other branch called mapping value rules. We're going to call it mapping rules and value transformations. Ooh, okay. Mapping multiple imported file fields to a single. That one's done. Mapping a single to multiple. That one is done. Formatting or changing the imported file field's value. That one is done. So this one is essentially done. Are we expecting a delivery? I don't think we're expecting a delivery. Probably just door to door. I think this is actually done, because the one that I really want to focus on right now is more specific than this general work item. So I think we're going to mark it as closed. And I'm going to see if one of these Actually, we're going to mark it as removed. That does not belong in the lab data import service. Belongs with the core data import utility library. Okay, so it's already been resolved anyway. It was the first thing that we did with the initial setup. What's your other item? Save imported field set as a template in the database. So this one is going to require some database changes and then make a determination. So that's going to require contacting the client. So that'll be later. Let's head over to the data import utility. And this is the one that should have the work item for adding the conditional, value transformation type. So this is what we really need. And we are going to do this specifically in that repo. That way we minimize the number of other distractions that could potentially come up from me being like, why isn't that working in the sample project? It's like, no, that's not what we're trying to look at right now. Again, placebo. I am getting kind of a boost to my energetic feeling, and it feels natural as opposed to what I've had to do in like the past few streams, which is reach in and pull it out. Reach into the, I keep saying it that way, reach into the well and grab onto some more energy to feel energized. This feels more natural, like it's just happening. Okay, I want to close everything so that we start from scratch. And we're going to create a new branch. And we're going to call it task this conditional value transform. This one's going to be hard. Oh man. I'm not looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to it because I want to go through the process of creating a new value transformation rule so that it's documented at least somewhere. But yeah, we're going to start with the value transformation rule, and then we're going to extend it into a mapping rule somehow. So the process of adding a new value transformation or even a mapping rule. So a value transformation rule versus mapping rule. The mapping rule is where are you getting the data from? And the value transformation rule is how are you modifying the value that is going to be used from your data source? And the answer is by ripping off layers of molting lip. Stop that. So dry. Should have put on some Aquaphor while I was upstairs. Stop it. Just stop. Get some help. Okay. So the process of creating a new value transformation operation should just be create a new class with whatever name it is, such as in conditional operation. And then use the operation suffix. You don't have to, but this makes naming the enum easier for the code gen, for the source generator. And as long as this thing inherits the value transformation base and is partial to you, value transformation base, and we set up the enum member name. The display name. Yeah, we'll have to come up with a good display name that'll make it easy to understand what it does. Oh, that's the other thing that I really wanted to do. I'll probably still do a lot of it off stream, but I want to start putting the the help text for the tooltips for every single control in the application, and two, the documentation for the repo. Because again, once this thing is fully open source and put together, I want the process for how to contribute, how to do stuff with the tool itself documented in the repo. Description. Evaluate a condition and apply a transformation based on the result. Yeah. And I remember we had Copilot come up with an implementation for this, which was kind of fun. But I think I'm going to want to try to do it myself. Gosh, I really can't even think about what that would be like. Perfect. Okay, so now that I've saved this, the source generator should have created for us an enum member for value transformation type. Which one of you is the type? This one. Right, I need to tell it what enum value. So I don't have to tell it which enum value since it's just alphabetizing them. But just in case, I'm pretty sure that I have the enum member number everywhere else. No, I don't. It's just alphabetical. Then is that only in the rule? Yeah, so enum member order. Because I want the enum members to display in a specific order in the application, which I could do manually, but I like having it still in a loop so that it will update automatically. Okay, so anyway, that gave us our value transformation type with the enum member attribute with the information that we provided, as well as the display attribute with the information that we provided. It also created some extension method. It added to the extension methods an easy way to get the display text. So we're not using reflection to get the display text. We're just saying, here's my enum member, give me back the what to display. And we need a short name. Override short name. Good. Okay, so then that updates there. Perfect. Fun times. It also gives us a way to get back the description and the class that it's for. So this is what I had the most fun doing, is when we have the enum type, we can either instantiate a new instance of whatever class it represents, or get the specific class type itself, or get the enum value from the class, from the implementation. So that was a lot of fun. Can recommend. Oh, it's so nice doing software dev. For those of you out there that aren't doing software dev that want to, now is a great time to start. Okay. If you're waiting for a sign, this is your sign. You in the future that's watching this, start today. This is your confirmation. Yes, do programming. Might not be C#, but do programming. Or for those of you watching live, of course, one of you could have asked just now. Here's your confirmation. Okay. Okay. I keep saying okay. Activated. Okay is an activation word. You say okay and it's like, I'm on, doing it. So there are a couple of things that we will want from a condition. One is we want the condition to evaluate. So we need some kind of transformation result that we're going to do the check on. So if this thing over here, then, and then the next thing we need are the if true, transformation operation, and if false, transformation operation. The question I'm asking myself is, should that be if true mapping rule? When 5 minutes turns into more. That's okay though. I appreciate your lurk. It was very nice. It was soothing. I felt comforted. So here's what we got so far then. We need a public, and for now I'm just going to do a value transformation base, true operation, and a public value transformation base, false operation. The reason that I would want this to be more along the lines of a mapping rule base instead of a value transformation base is because what if you're checking the condition on one column, one input column, to say if this input column is this thing, then output this other input column's value multiplied by 1,000. So I think I've just convinced myself that we're going to use mapping rule. Yay! Dukasoft is doing the dance. How do you operate like this with daily meetings? You know, one thing that I was interested in is something that NerdHerder keeps highly recommending I do, which is make the company S Corp, because you really do save quite a large amount in taxes by paying yourself a salary and keeping the company funds separate, and you're in different tax brackets and all that stuff. Part of having an S Corp is having monthly meetings with minutes taken. Yeah, I need to reread all of the conditions, all of the requirements that you need. So something like you need to hold monthly meetings with minutes as public record, and you need to use a timekeeping system, an official timekeeping system. And right now I'm just using this app called FreshBooks, and it has a time tracking thing, but it's not an actual timekeeping system. I don't think that I could use for that purpose. And then something about Oh, and the monthly meeting is a shareholder meeting. And I would be the only shareholder in the company. So I really don't understand. I don't understand it. Yeah, seems weird for self-employed. Because I'd be the only employee and the only shareholder and all of that stuff. It is recommended that I get a CPA to help me determine what a reasonable salary is for this area, for this industry, for this specific type of work that I do. And I really, really, really don't want to have to interface with more people if I can avoid it. Like if I could just chat with them using chat services like Teams or Zoom or whatever, I'm cool with that. But it'll most likely be the case that they will want to talk on the phone, do voice calls on whatever of those services, or meet in person. And I don't want that. I really, really, really don't want that. And it is almost worth the losing out on the benefits of having an S Corps to not have to do that for me. I mean, like I can handle it. I don't want to I don't want to opt into it on purpose. Like my brother, he got married last October. And so my parents came and stayed here, and then there was just so very much interesting things that were unplanned for that happened during that, and it was okay. I'm trying to read chat. Have you thought about professional help? It's just that I don't see the need for it. That's the thing. I don't want to change that behavior. I don't have a need to change that behavior when I have ways of being able to enjoy life the way that I am. Because again, that's someone telling me you're doing it wrong, and I don't think I am. Okay, so catching up though. I would do an S Corps if I was independent again. I got walloped by taxes before. I am getting walloped by taxes. But I still think that it's reasonable. I honestly, for a year, and this is a big number, I would save about $9,000 in taxes if I was an S Corps, at the cost of a CPA, a timekeeping system, and the monthly meeting minutes, whatever. Yeah. But we'd have to read that specific part. Oh yeah, about that. Okay. But Reg was like, ask the state for help. Colorado is okay that way. Robert Half publishes an annual salary survey. Yeah. So again, I mean, it's just all that. That's really tough limitation, avoiding all contact with people. And I think what happened, this is just gonna be way out there, way weird. So I definitely understand if you don't stick around to hear this part. But what I think happened is in my soul contract, I was like, the question was asked, is it still possible to be a loving entity that wants to help society, that wants to help the world, that wants to spread love to people without physically interacting with them? And I'm searching for the answer to that. Like, can I spread love using this methodology? Yeah, it's weird. I'll drop that. It makes me feel weird to talk about it, even though I'm 100% okay with it. But I just alienate a lot of people by talking about that. So anyway, we're a software development stream. I have a CPA that helps me. He lives in New Mexico. Cool. But is it a lot of phone calls? or especially face to, like video chat. video calls. Oh, it's only 2 a year. Okay. That's manageable. That's manageable. Avoid most contact with other people. Content. Sounds like me. Yeah. I'd rather talk to someone in person than video calls, but that's just me. Yeah, totally okay. Again, but my personality really is I want to spend time with my wife. She's the one that I picked. And if I do opt into something else, I will opt into it. But a lot of the times it's forced. Like, in July, so I guess this is an early announcement for this. In July, I will probably not be streaming for 1 or 2 weeks. I don't know how long it's going to be. But there's going to be a 3-day event that my wife's mom is planning for the entire family, which is about 14 people now, 18 people. And that we're kind of pressured into also participating in because everyone else is. And it's like, we just would rather not. But anyway, it's in Missouri. And I don't know if you guys knew or recall, but recently we got an electric vehicle. And that vehicle does great. It does about 300 miles, which will be less on highway driving, but 300 miles per charge in the city. Maybe a little more. Maybe if I had a good quality camera, I would be better with video call. Maybe. Who knows? You'd only know if you tried. And I've tried a lot. Tried a lot. There's a lot of effort that goes into it for me. But I can do it. I just prefer not to. Again, it's a preference. It isn't a limitation, I guess. I can say it that way. It's a preference to not want to be physically interacting with others if I can help it. Have the majority of my communications be text or chat, or email. I can do phone calls pretty easily without much efforting. I'm slightly more comfortable lately with video calls, but in person, it takes a lot out of me, a lot. And it's like, I don't have to participate in that. I don't have to choose to do that. For me, how bad I look on camera is a big part of why I hate video calls. Okay. Yeah, I'm a competency type, and I think that's maybe why I don't like being in public, because I feel very, very physically incompetent. Potentially a reason. But another one is just, I don't want to. I don't think it's necessary for me specifically. Like, other people, yes, absolutely. But me specifically, I just don't feel that I'm wired that way. And I don't think that that's a wrong thing that needs to be fixed. But I keep getting treated like it's wrong. I hate that. So anyway, gonna move on. True operation, false operation, true mapping rule. What we're gonna call these. I don't know why I'm doing a rename when this is the only place. That this happens. Okay, I need to figure out how to do the conditional part of this. I've done things that are SQL-like before. Actually, let's take a look at that. because it does more than just SQL, but I think it's all just converting your selections into either a SQL statement or the DT search syntax. So let's go find out. But yeah, President Usher, if there is stuff that you want to continue in that conversation, I'm happy to. I don't want to cut you off from wanting to type out anything that you want to type out. Same for you, Reg. But I thought that I'd be okay with talking about, because I'm okay with talking about personality types in general. But when it comes down to the core thing, that core value system that guides the way that I make decisions, I don't like exposing that to people because I don't like having that part of me judged. You can judge everything else, but as soon as you start judging my real, true reasons for making the decisions that I make, that's when I start falling apart and dissembling. Ooh. I feel exposed is what I'm trying to say. There, shake it off. We were going to look at the library for putting together these search queries. So that would be in here, right? Yeah. Advanced search. It's not just advanced DT search, is it? Because I have an advanced database search, but no, this is definitely it. Okay, so I have a thing called an iQuery element and an iQuery expression. So let's go all the way down to iQuery element first. Why can't I click on this? Hello? iQuery elephant. iQuery elephants. What do you query? Okay, so an iQuery element is a unit of query that has things like, are you anding with the next thing, or are you oring with the next thing? Then this can be part of a group so that you can use parentheses and stuff to group things together, and then and that entire group with the next one. So an iQuery expression is also an iQuery element so that you can have nested groups. If it is a group, then is this group the entire result of it knotted or not? So can I use this to evaluate the logic? Because I don't think this does any evaluation. I think the only thing that this does is generates a query. You should talk to Acorn 1010. She was a software engineer at Google and had to quit for issues like you described. Formed her own company, Fumi.com. And you can put in full links, just so you know. You definitely have my permission to. I know that some streams it makes the link disappear, so you did it the safe way. Safe way. I shop there. Oh, actually, I don't. That's funny. Whatever. Don't mind me just being a little awkward now. Not on purpose. But yeah, I talked to Nerd Herder, who gave me a ton of really good advice, but Nerd Herder is definitely the type of person that can. He's got this, like, I don't want to call it confidence because that makes it seem like he's aggressive and stuff, but he just has this ease with communicating with clients, with doing whatever it takes to interface with clients and get more clients and get the word out about his company. So maybe being able to talk with someone that does have kind of a more, I know this is what I want to do, I know this is what I'm intended to do. It would be really, really nice if I had a partner in the company that was the out there public face. That'd be awesome, but that also means working with another person. And like most of you, no, I'm not even going to say it that way. There are a lot of people that would be like, how do you even survive in this world? And I'm like, well, I have my groceries delivered through an online app thing. And when the person is shopping, there are ways for you to select your replacement preferences. And then I typically send an upfront message that says, if there are any items that are no longer in stock that are also the replacement items, then just refund it. And they usually respond with okay. And it's all text. And then they leave the groceries at the door and head off to their next order. I shop at Amazon. I know that's probably not the most environmentally loving thing to do, but it is highly convenient at the moment, and I do want to change things about that. But I shop online, I guess, for everything that I need. Right now, we have a fireplace that we wanted to tile, and it's still not tiled. And that's because I need to figure out how to get the tile cut, or even to hire someone that's willing to come in and do the fireplace surround. We did have someone do our kitchen backsplash tiling. I hear it's really easy to do tiling, so I keep giving myself the promise that I'll just do it myself. I'll learn how to do it and do it myself. But I don't have anything to cut tile with. So I will eventually need to take the tile somewhere, or have someone come here with something to cut the tile. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff. And it's all preferences. So I'll do it. I can rent a tile saw, which means going to the store and talking with someone about, how do I rent a tile saw? How do I transport it from the store to home? How do I what I'm hoping to be able to do is make the measurements, mark up the tile, and take it to my local hardware store and be like, can you cut this for me? That way I don't have to bring the cutter here, take it back. But again, it's something that I keep promising myself I'm going to do, but then I'm like, that's physical world stuff. That can wait. I don't need to do that. So lazy. Formatted display. Yeah, so I think that this the concept of this iQuery element and grouping and stuff like that, it's what I want, but I can't use this one specifically because this one doesn't have any way to evaluate it, essentially. But yeah. I know of all the things that I could do to get stuff done, and I do them. I do the things that need getting done. Like, we had our table delivery. About 2 years ago, we backed a Kickstarter, or what are they even called? Anyway, everyone's familiar with what Kickstarters are, and this was essentially a Kickstarter. It was just on GameFound instead of Kickstarter. So we backed one of those to get a modular gaming table, and 2 years later they set up the delivery, and just last week the FedEx person delivered it. And with furniture delivery like that, especially big furniture that's coming from overseas, you need to do stuff like get customs, sign papers, send stuff, and all the things. No, bot, what are you doing? Refresh. Back to desktop. Okay, try again. Speaking of, I didn't even start the bot. Anyway, long story short, person from FedEx came, I looked at the boxes and was very cordial and was still in shambles by the end of it. Pyrovius. No. Don't open over here, Thyrovius. Those are my exercise. That's the exercise I did this morning. No one told you to open over there, though. Jerk. Gosh, this is going really well. I think I'm going to end the stream soon. Internal error 404. I mean 500. Oh, that's what happened. Okay, I remember. Big Gamey, you missed the target. That was your last try. That's what it says when the bot... Oh no. Internal server error 500. That's what happens when the bot is... when the LLM is not loaded. There it goes. All right, refresh. I ran into an issue. I'm sorry. Internal server error. I'm terribly sorry, but my brains are fumbling to understand the content sent. Or at least the format it was sent in. It's okay. You should be good now. Do I need to call someone? Yes. All right, now you get to get heckled. It makes that noise. Oh, I should have left machine open so that I can make some noises for this manually. Okay, so I need a methodology for doing the conditional part of this. I need to be able to either have syntax that this is going to use, and then when we present it to the user, it's just going to be drop-down lists that say pick the field that you want to evaluate and what you're expecting from that field. It can be contains, equals, blah, 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 blah. but this one is specifically a value transformation operation. So the value transformation operation means that the user has already selected a field to check. So now we're configuring that field for if gosh, I don't know. Can we just make it a mapping rule as well? Is all of this going to be a mapping rule? Specifically a copy rule. It'd be a combined fields rule. Oh my gosh. Let's make it a mapping rule base. This is going to be the left-hand side of the condition to check. Reference mapping rule. So essentially what I'm wanting to do is apply the transforms to the reference mapping rule. Then check the value result, of the reference mapping rule against the condition. So this is where we need to specify the condition, and then apply the true if it's true, otherwise apply false. So our reference mapping rule is essentially going to be pick a field or pick a mapping rule, pick a field and transform that field if you want, and then check it against if it equals this value, if it contains this value, if it ends with, starts with, greater than, less than, all of those types of operations that you would do in a conditional formula. That makes sense, right? It's got to. But how do we represent that? What I've done before is for the different things that you can pick from a dropdown, I've made that an enum. Compare operations. You got equal, greater than, less than or equal, greater than or equal, contains, between, starts with, ends with, between. Ooh, is empty was a good one. In for a list of things, not in. I want is empty back. Is null or empty. Yeah, I guess is null, because the equals empty would be the same as is empty. So is null specifically. Is not null. Okay, but then the situation that I ran into before, every time that I start doing something like this for some kind of, I guess this would be a WYSIWYG. WYSIWYG query condition generator thing, is that not all of these apply to every type. So a numeric field, for example, can have greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, but a Boolean field doesn't. It doesn't make sense to say some bool value is greater than false, or is greater than 3. That said, our UI would be the thing that defines whether or not you get the compare operation dropdown, because what could happen is if you pick a field that is a Boolean, then your dropdown would actually be is true, is false. But that would still be a compare operation. How am I going to approach it this time? So this is that situation where I'm just reinventing a wheel that's been hammered to heck by 1,000 different people 1,000 different ways. Probably more than that. Maybe I should just look up what would this be called? A C# condition library for S or for A. Conditional compilation, no. I don't know what to call this. Does anyone have any idea? Anyone that is available to type and chat, you definitely don't have to if you are busy. Any ideas what to call this type of approach for presenting a user with a WYSIWYG kind of, gosh, I have to show pictures because I can't come up with words for it at all. Ooh, actually, I will go into this, but here's one that existed before me. Oh, jeepers. And with that, the stream is over because I will have no hope of being able to think. Oh. Ugh. I think that's what I'm going to call it. I'm going to say, is there a C# condition? Yeah! Okay. Yeah. Okay, so this one is... Shout out to Big Gaming. Like I said, amazing person, fantastic, wonderful personality on him. Great to be around. Check out his streams. He does game development. He's currently working on one that is a Spy Hunter-like game. It's going to be amazing. Did you expect the Lee song? What do you think I am? Big Gaming is in the best. This is the best list. You should totally give him a follow. It's such a wrong emote. Okay, so the thing that makes this one easier is I'm sure that what I did was I created an enum that said, here are the possible operations that you can have if the field type is date, for example. And you can do before, after, not equal to, equal to. There should be a between in here. I've done that before and it works nicely. If it is a string, then you have contains, equals, greater than, less than, not equal to. There should be is null and stuff like that in here as well. And if you are a number, you have equal, less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, not equal to. But this was all carried over from the original desktop application, but I made my own implementation of it when I brought it over to a web app. And so the input field itself changes based off of the type of field that you're querying against. The thing is that when this thing puts it in the list, it's putting the SQL for it. So this is a SQL filter that it ends up being in the end, not a C# structure that says, here is your field that you're checking, your operator, and your value that you're checking against. But in DDMS, thank you so much for the shout out for 8 bits. 8 bits per play is another game developer that is app developer, game developer, asset developer. There's so many multi-talented people on Twitch, especially in this community. You're all amazing. Speaking of, why am I not surprised? Why am I not lurking on anyone's channel? Everyone is offline. All right. We got Insafuff. We got Sir Leafy. We got Sedalix, Irish John Games. Insafuff. Sedalix. Who did I say? Sir Leafy is doing art, 3D modeling some Minecraft mobs. I love art and stuff, but developers. We don't need to print the internet. I printed the internet on whenever the table was delivered, last Thursday. So the instructions didn't come in the box for how to put it together, but they sent it to us via email. Oh gosh. That's hilarious. So I printed it out because we recently got a new printer. I didn't really want a printer, but there were just a lot of stuff that needed to be printed recently, and I'm like, okay. So I've had another flatbread. I'm hungry. I had another flatbed printer, flatbed scanner that is also a printer that's, regular people printer, but we didn't print anything for about must be hungry. We hadn't printed anything for about 4 years after we needed it to print out the things that we printed out. And so the printer cartridges got gooey and stuff. And I didn't think about it. I just tried to print something one day and it wouldn't print. And in doing so, not only, I was like, we just need new cartridges, gooey. So I replaced the cartridges and it still wasn't printing. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's the printer heads. So then I took the whole thing apart. I followed the cleaning instructions, put it back in, still didn't work. And so we pretty much just had a flatbread scanner that we can scan flatbread in. And so recently we were needing to print out stuff for my wife's IRA, the people that are managing it, they don't do internet forms. You have to print it out. Not only do you have to print it out, this is another one of the things, by the way. We have to print it out and get the gold standard signature thing, which is different than notary. So we need to figure that out and go somewhere and have someone else sign this thing for us, which we've been putting off because we don't want to have the IRA managed by that company anymore because they don't do technology. They don't do online stuff, but it's a lot of stuff. So we're leaving it there for now. I forget what it's called. What is the type of signatures banks require? Not digital signature. Medallion signature guarantees, MSG. A special type of signature guarantee used when a customer sells or transfers securities. A financial institution performs a medallion signature guarantee to ensure the signature is genuine. Only specially authorized bank employees can perform a medallion signature guarantee. So they require those. Yeah, exactly. They do not accept digital signatures at all. They don't even use some service like DocuSign to send out the forms and guarantee that the person receiving it and signing it is the person that says they are who they are. What is non-repudiation if not unreliable? That's the first I've heard of it, not MSG. That's what's in Chinese food. So anyway, we needed to print that. We needed to print out a the rebate for contacts. You have to print those out for 1-800 contacts. You have to print those out. We had some kind of insurance claim that we needed to fill out that needed to be printed and signed that way. The court stuff that happened earlier, and it was like we had all these things that needed to be printed. And what I had done for the court thing was I went to the Kinko's, or I don't know if it's called Kinko's here, but you know, everyone knows what a Kinko's is, anyone that was born. So I did that and I had it printed. And of course I couldn't figure out how to do stuff because I was in public. But so we got that printed. What am I trying to get at? Oh, and I was like, you know, let's just get a printer that doesn't have gel, cartridges that are gonna gel up and stuff. So let's get a laser printer. And so I was pricing laser printers. I think Kinko's is now FedEx Office. Yeah, it's something like that. Yes to that, and yes to that. What was I saying? Story time. Come on, story, come back. So I wanted to price out a printer that didn't dry up, which was a laser printer. And I don't know if you guys know how much laser printers cost, but even the cheapest model was like over $1,000. And I was like, that's gonna take me a bit to save up for. So then all of this printer stuff happened and we needed to print stuff. And so I'm like, I'm just gonna look again. Yeah, they're still that expensive. Lordy. Laser printer. I always spell laser wrong. I want there to be a Z in laser, dang it. So what I did was I searched for laser printer on Amazon, of course. And I found one that was like $300 on sale for $100 and something bucks. And it's pretty much this one. So it's an MFP laser printer. But the reason that it was so inexpensive is that it's a laser jet printer, which is not a laser printer. Laser jets, which this is the printer. This is the printer here. The laser printer. Yeah, this is definitely the printer that we got. So it was on sale. We got it at a good price, and when we got it and I was setting it up, I'm like, wait, this says here are your ink levels. Why does my laser printer have ink levels? So I'm hoping that the toner, I guess is what it's called. I'm hoping that the toner does not dry up over time, because we're not going to be using it very often. It's going to be for those special cases where we need to print something and I don't want to go to Kinko's, FedEx Direct, or whatever it's called. I hope I didn't make a big mistake, is what I'm trying to say. But like what I'm thinking of, what I was thinking of are, do they cost a lot of dough? Oh dear. Oh, I get it. This is going to be bad and good. Thank you, Big Amy. We'll take a look at that in a second. What I was thinking of that I was trying to get was a printer that had the fuser thing. Clip says you did a mistake. No. Voice. Video. Poker. This isn't Firefox. I could have sworn I just opened Firefox. There were just a lot of... just a lot of stuff that needed to be printed recently, and I'm like, okay. So I've had another flatbread. I'm hungry. I had another flatbed printer. It cost a lot of dough. Flatbed scanner. Words are hard, okay? Oh. In fact, we're gonna have quesadillas for dinner. So with that said, 8bits is here. Well, had to step out after saying hi. Got some bad. I'm telling you, I can read and I can word today. Got some good news. I managed to find a small contract, so at least made a few thousand to sustain my full-time job search. Congratulations on that. It will work out for you. Reg says, I have a laser jet printer that is a laser printer. You still need toner, just every 15,000 pages or so. Do you use it often, or do you use it seldom? And have you had issues with the toner itself drying up and the printer heads malfunctioning because of it? Because that's what happened with this thing. I am still going to try to take it apart and fix it again, but I don't know. Right now it's just a flatbread printer, a flatbread scanner. Seldom use it. No issues. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that. I can feel a little bit more at ease. I don't feel like I have to use it now that we've got it, because I don't like printing things, but when companies say we don't take electronically signed things and you have to get this MSG signed certified thing, it's really annoying. 8bit says to Dickersoft, who said congrats. 8bit says thank you. Feels a lot of stress relief going on. Also got a connection that bloody hand me a page of 2000 studios job positions that are open. So good times. When I worked in the office, we used to have to share the toner cartridge from time to time if printing got light. Yeah. That was like, again, I used to work human resources, and being the tech guy in the office meant that whenever there were printer or scanner issues, I've done the shake method before. Heck yeah. You take out the big cartridge and you're like, but yeah, so Big Gamey, to answer your question with a long answer and now a short one, it's a HP recent model multifunction printer with a feed scanner instead. Well, both feed and flat bread scanner. I also had to use a very old copier a long time ago in which I had to put toner powder into the copier myself. We have a plotter, and I can say we have because I work for them again. So we have a plotter in the office that takes they look like crayons, but in paintball size. And so you put those into the plotter and it heats them, melts them, and uses that. It's really, really cool looking. Hard to clean though. Very hard to clean. But yeah, guess how messy that was. It sounds very, very messy. Big Amy says, flatbread scanners are the best. Flatbread printers are more filling though. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm going to this screen because I am done with my workday. I'm going to pick up on this mess in the morning. I'm going to switch over to doing music. So my dev stream is going to be posted to YouTube at some point in time. I'm going to keep reading chat though. You can keep bringing up stories if you want, because these are crazy stories. But just saying my outro stuff. There's YouTube, which is going to have all of my VODs for this stream, and there is a music channel that I have that is what's my music channel? One Lion Creative, in which I am exploring right now Vital. What I did since the Monday stream is I'm watching a 2-hour full in-depth video on Vital itself, and I am a patron of someone named Venus Theory. You can check him out on YouTube. I strongly suggest them if you're into sardonic, sarcastic, really, really dry with a personality. I like him a lot. He's really, really cool. I like his opinions. I like his thoughts. He keeps calling himself pretentious, and a lot of his videos are quite pretentious, but in the way that is so self-referencing and just, he knows, he knows what he's doing. But he also gives really good information. So anyway, he made a whole bunch of packs himself. He created this thing called Decent Sampler and has a whole bunch of samples for that. But he made some Vital presets and banks that are only available to his patrons, and they sound amazing. So what I think I'm going to do on next Monday's stream for the music creative stream is to take a look at one of those presets that I really, really like the sound of, pick it apart, find out how he did it, because it's magic. It's sorcery. The way that you can make those types of sounds come from 3 oscillators and some filters. It's crazy, and a couple of effects. So it's blown my mind. I want to learn more about it. But today, what I get to do with my music, not that you all care about what I'm doing with music, but is I'm doing a mixing and mastering course so that I can learn how to mix the most recent song that I was converting from the Suno generated song to my own version of it, I guess. Oh man, I love that this thing is so bright sitting right here. Oh dear. Oh dear. You should still be able to hear this. You won't be able to see the clip, but I'm not going back to the main screen for it. Pause. Back. Just, he knows. He knows what he's doing. But why doesn't it play the whole audio? Just, he knows. He knows what he's doing. But he knows. He knows. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I will continue trying my best to keep all of the extra awkwardness and personality stuff out of the software development stream. We'll focus more on code. Clearly not Voldemort. He got no nose. He no knows. All right. But that's gonna be it for today. Thank you for being here. Enjoy your time. Dang it, did I even read out President Not Sure's thing that I wanted to read out? I had to pour powder from a canister into the copier. It got everywhere and all over me. That does not sound fun, especially in an office setting. And then what do you do for the rest of the day? What do you do for the rest of the day after having something like that happen? Do you just sit there with your colorful shirt, or do you go home and miss out on getting your work done and then pew pew? So Dukasoft was asking raid target, and Big Gamey's like pew. Do you have a raid target in mind? Because it's either going to be, if I pick, it's going to be not either. It's going to be one of these 3. It's going to be Irish Junk Games, InstaFluff, or Sedlix. So we have a vote for Irish John Games. Any alternatives? Anyone have a different preference? Big Amy has an Insta Fluff, who's currently a corgi right now with the hat on. All right, we're tied for Insta Fluff or Irish John Games. If you leave it up to me, I'm gonna pick. This is how you can tell it's AR. This whole time I've just been waving. Hasn't fazed me. Not at all. My arm isn't tired. It's not burning. Okay, who's it gonna be? In 3, 2, 1. Give some room for video lag. And he chose InstaFluff. He chose InstaFluff. So InstaFluff's stream is also marked as mature content, but that's only because there is sometimes foul language, but not often. It's really, he's an amazing, wonderful human, well, corgi right now. I think you're gonna really enjoy seeing him. He's doing some JavaScripty type stuff. He's probably working on Pixel Plush or Comfy JS or one of his amazing systems that he's been playing with. So we're gonna head over there. I will also be lurking on Irish John and Sedalix and It's Oik, so you can see me in those channels as well if I happen to talk. But I'm gonna switch over to music, which is gonna be going over there. No, let's use Big Amy's raid call. Okay, ciao for now. I'll see you the next time you're around. I'll do a better job. Oh, Friday is community day, still normal. And then we'll see about workday after. Okay, ciao for now.